Thanks for coming along. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 10th of December 2024 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the forum open at 6:01. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must always make your submissions once exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. A reminder, community members registered to speak, that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded and you have 3 minutes. However, council can grant 1 additional minute for your address at its discretion. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you questions. I note the following people have requested to address: Naomi Daly, speaker on item 3.9. Neil Vincent, speaker on 5.1, Tanya Crawford 5.3, and Peter Blackwell on 5.3. I now invite the first speaker.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, can I just interrupt? It's just regarding the last 2 speakers. I believe Councillor Eaton's, Rachel and Wright should not be in the room for the last 2 speakers because of the code of conduct with them being on the panel, the Hunter Regional panel.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont.
Okay, so the 3 councillors to my left are on the Hunter Regional panel, and they should not be present in the room for any briefings.
Councillors,
in regards to the seawall.
Councillors, it's your call.
And it's not a conflict.
It's not a conflict.
It's a procedural issue, and I've got the section here if you'd like to have a look. Well, he can too. Well, he's right down the end of the list, and he can leave if he wants to. Okay, well, Councillor McGregor, he's number 4. It's very unlikely that he'll get to that level with the panel, but I think Councillor Stanton and Eaton will, and you're, I guess, the Harry in this situation.
Councillors, it's your call if you want to stay in the room or go.
Well, it's not their call. If they do stay in the room, we will have to write to the Secretariat of the panel and advise them that they are in a public meeting where the seawall is discussed. So it's not actually a call. So they need to make a choice whether they will be being part of the Hunter Regional panel that will be adjudicating any seawall matter, or they can stay in here and listen to people speaking and voting on the motion that I present later. And I can provide you with a copy of the procedures.
Councillors?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do note that this is only the public forum. There is no matter before the council. I'm happy to indicate that should there be significant debate about the seawall, which of course is not on the agenda tonight, and should not be spoken about tonight as it's not relevant to the matter before the agenda, then I will consider my position. At this stage, there is nothing on the agenda about the seawall, and as I said, if the speakers speak about the seawall, they should be stopped because they are only entitled to speak about matters that are on the agenda, and it is not on the agenda.
Councillor Ian, can you turn on?
Okay, so CEO's response actually refers to the seawall resolution back in 2022, so it will naturally be mentioned during the debate today. And these two people, I'm assuming, will be here talking about the seawall at Wamburrel. And as I said, that's if you look at the CEO's response, that does refer to a motion back in 2022 that refers to the engineering design requirements for Wamburrel seawall.
Councillors, it's your call whether you want to stay in the room or leave. Stay in. Go on. Yeah. Okay. Thanks,
Well,
Councillor.
can I get notification from yourself and from the ELT that we will be calling the Secretariat, letting them know that they will be disqualified from sitting on the panel on any seawall determinations.
That will be noted. So now back on to now invite the first speaker. I now declare the public forum open, and Naomi Daly, would you please come up? It's the councillor's call if they think they've got a...
It's not a conflict though. Like you're treating it as a conflict. It's a procedure. It's a code of conduct issue. It's completely different to a conflict.
Yeah, yeah, it's up to the councillors to make a decision. They've made a decision to stay in.
Well, then they won't be able to be on the panel.
I'm hearing this for the first time. I don't know if we're talking on behalf. If she thinks it's illegal, she won't get married.
It's the councillor's call and they're staying in the room.
Which should be good because then...
Councillor Mon, can we get on with the speakers, please? Thank you.
Well, you're off the panel. I'd be happy.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name's Naomi Daly and I'm a planning consultant who works for Urbis. We've been engaged by Centre Group to assist in facilitating the development of a development outcome on the Tuggerah Gateway site, which is land adjacent to the Westfield in Tuggerah. I'm speaking on behalf of the proponent, Centre Group, in relation to 3.9 on the agenda, and it's relevant to a draft DCP and a VPA, which is being exhibited. So Centre Group and its technical consultant team, including Urbis, have been working really collaboratively with Council since its initial engagement with Council in probably early 2021. So a good 3 years, over 3 years now. The draft DCP and VPA have been negotiated and discussed at length during this time, with multiple revisions to it and ongoing in collaboration with Council. There's been a reasonable level of detail which is included in the DCP, considering a range of technical matters which need to be considered for future developments on the site. The VPA also puts forward some significant public benefits which will benefit the broader Central Coast community, including an active transport link to the train station and a community space within the Westfield Tuggerah site. So I guess despite the planning proposal and the LEP amendment, which has been called in by the state government, the DCP really represents an essential guide, an essential tool to guide the future development of the site, and so merit in continuing with its adoption of this document. It really completes the planning framework for future development. So on behalf of Centre Group, look, we support the stated recommendations in the business paper, no amendments needed, and is really keen to recommence discussions with Council at the right time so as that DAs can be realised on the site. This proposal will really see the facilitation of much needed housing, which obviously we hear a lot in the media and by state government at the moment, and it's really in an accessible location adjacent to amenities and services of the shopping centre. Just on a separate note, which is not separately listed, I guess Centre Group does also take a keen interest in the mayoral minute, which I know will be discussed, and relevant to the developer forum on growth on the coast, and be pleased to be involved. So thank you for considering my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, is it possible to ask questions of the speakers in the forum?
Yes.
Sure.
I was just interested in the time frame for the development of the Gateway project.
Yeah, so it's actually because there's the planning controls are being amended currently. Our understanding from state government is that those are sort of, I guess, gazetted or moving towards a gazettal or a finalisation in the first quarter of next year. Following that, there has to be a preparation of a development application that's submitted on the site. So that could take, many months. Depends if, Centre Group or an adjoining development partner, purchase the land and do a subdivision or whatever. So I guess there's still a process to be undertaken for the actual physical built form to be realised on the site. But the planning controls ready for the submission of development applications should be, as my best understanding is, if it's adopted clearly today, is that early next year would be the planning controls in place to then follow development applications after that, which takes some time to package up and propose. Pardon me?
Put your microphone on, Councillor Neil.
When do we expect
that ground will be broken and the project commence?
Look, I think, realistically, it's probably, 12 to 18 months. It has to still be. I mean, I think the DCP, there is still sort of work that needs to be done prior to the lodgement of development application. We acknowledge that within the DCP, such as some additional sort of traffic and some access, discussions with council. So that has to be worked through. But yeah, it's really because we don't have the planning controls in play today. I can only sort of give an indication of 12, 18 months as an estimate. Yep.
Any other questions?
Yep,
no, thank you. Thanks. Next speaker, Neil Vincent, speaker on 5.1, unlawful camping in the park and reserves.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name's Neil Vincent. I live in the northern area of the Central Coast. I'm here tonight to speak in favour of item 5.1, notice of motion on lawful camping in parks and reserves. The Central Coast appears to create much of its income from selling coffee, but you can buy coffee almost anywhere in the world. So why would people come to the Central Coast to buy their coffee? Because they want something special, something different from their normal Sydney suburban lifestyle, their normal Sydney coffee shop. They come to the Central Coast because it's a beautiful place. We have beautiful patrolled beaches, which are not crowded. We have beaches which are deserted, perfect for long walks. We have great national parks for walking, picnicking, getting back to the quiet of nature. We have lakes that are used for fishing, kayaking and sailing. This all sounds very idyllic. However, what do these visitors think when they go to the beach only to find that the car park is full? And many of those parking spaces are taken by people who establish camps across 4, 5, 10 parking spaces. People who are arrogant and have a sense of entitlement that they have the right to camp there. In the north where I live, I've noticed a trend of long-term camping increasing over the past 4 or 5 years. Not just overnight backpackers who stay the night and move on the next day, but people who've set up camp for weeks, for months, even years. 18 months ago, I raised this with Council Ranger when one of the campers camped on the footpath at the end of my street for a week. He strung his washing out on the fence where people go to look at the lighthouse. The ranger said he could do nothing about it as there was no correct signage installed. 2 months later, the signage was installed. I watched. There was no change. I saw the established campers stay. They were seen by others who then established their own camps. Some stay short-term, but many at the 2 lakes car parks, the North Entrance car park, have been there for months. Jenny Dixon Beach car park has a more transient clientele, the same people each night, but they have camper vans, so they move around during the day. There are no camping signs in all of the places that I've mentioned. These people are arrogantly flouting council laws, and the council has been ignoring it. I approached the council again 6 weeks ago by email and was told the reasons why nothing could be done, but there were no solutions and no action. Then I approached the local councillors to see if they could escalate the issue. I should not have done that. I should not have had to do that. And I shouldn't be here tonight. I'm not here to solve a problem. I'm here to raise this as a problem. Please fix the problem for the sake of the Central Coast's reputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Have we got any questions for Mr. Vincent?
Yeah.
Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Mr. Vincent. Neil, the advice the councillors have been given is there has been some enforcement action in the last week or so by way of moving people on. Have you seen any sign of that?
I haven't seen. I drove past yesterday and again today, past the north entrance. I haven't been to the lakes ones, and I've walked past Jenny Dixon this morning. There's absolutely no change. There's the same amount of caravans at the north entrance. There's even a tent being camped for the last 3 days at the Jenny Dixon camp, along with the other campers, one of them who's been camping there for years.
Does Jenny Dixon have the appropriate signage or not?
There is signage as you walk in, as you come in through where the lines used to be.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that says no camping, I assume?
Yeah, it's one of those signs that just has multiple things.
The standard sign. Okay, thank you.
Any other
Actually,
questions? Councillor Neil?
I'd like the speaker to be able to finish answering that question. What does the sign say?
They're a visual sign with a symbol like that just says no camping, and it has multiple things: no camping, no smoking, no those sort of signs.
Okay. You are concerned that these people are camping rather than homeless. How do you know what they are?
I don't know what they are,
Yeah.
And that's what the council has to resolve. That's what I'm asking the council to do, to resolve this, because some of the people that camp there are definitely homeless. Some of the people that camp there are homeless, but they're homeless for whatever reason. You know, that the reason may not be domestic violence or something that has driven them out. It may be some self-choice. I think it goes beyond that, but I'm not here to solve that problem. This is a
I
council
just
problem.
thought maybe you'd been investigating and talking to them.
I haven't talked to them. I was talked to by a couple of them, and it was quite arrogant. The ones that have the bus that's been in the Lakes car park for probably, I don't know, I've only been back home for 2 months, but it was there before I left 6 months ago. And they've been camped there. I walked down to take some photos of the campers to make the submission to the councillors, and I was abused by that person. So whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. But if that's going to happen to tourists who come into this area, I don't think that's a good look. That's what I'm saying, that the council hasn't done anything about it. They've put signs up. The signs in the Lakes Beach parking area actually say no overnight camping. They're a special sign. They're red. They're about 30 feet apart. They're all around the bus. There's other campers there. So there's signage in place, but it hasn't, for all these years, hasn't been enacted on. There is a guy with a Land Cruiser and a T-van. He's been around the coast for 5 years and camping in those areas for 5 years. There's a Hilux with a Palomino camper on the back. He's been there for probably the last 3 or 4 years. They're not cheap vehicles. They're expensive vehicles, but they're living in them, and they're living on the coast.
A lot cheaper than a house, though.
Definitely a lot cheaper than a house, but I don't understand what income a homeless person gets, whether they're entitled to the dole or to pensions or what they're entitled to. But surely with some sort of council intervention, or intervention where the council points them in some sort of direction where they can get help, where they can use that money more effectively to go into a caravan park with subsidies, go into a home with subsidies. It must be better for both them and for the look of the coast not to have these people in the car park.
Excuse me, we're starting to debate about the question. It's just a straight answer for the last time. Councillor Neil.
It was actually just going to be a comment. I agree with you. We do need to have a solution to homelessness.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Thank you. Next public speaker is Tanya Crawford, speaking on 5.3, Notice of Motion Adoption of Offshore Sand Nourishment Policy. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. I'm here in strong support of the motion for Council to adopt an offshore sand nourishment policy. The issue today is Council does not have a sustainable solution in dealing with the ongoing challenge of coastal erosion. We don't have a forward-looking, environmentally sensitive and community-focused solution to address the challenge of coastal erosion and in the longer term sea level rise. Seawalls do not present a sustainable solution. They cause loss of beach amenity by creating bays instead. They can cause flooding of lagoons, lagoon homes and infrastructure, and risk the safety of beachgoers. Seawalls present many legal challenges for Council at too high a cost. Offshore sand nourishment is a widely recognised sustainable solution and has been recognised as such in many countries, particularly in the United States and also in Queensland. It is used to a much greater percentage than seawalls because it is forward-looking, sustainable, controllable, without the disadvantages that come with seawalls. Sand nourishment preserves the natural dynamics of coastlines, is sustainable for ecological integrity, and is better for tourism. Can you imagine not safely being able to walk or use the beach on our coastline? That is currently the case at Coleroy. Can you imagine facing off to residents whose homes have been flooded due to lagoon flooding and dealing with the legal challenges that brings? I ask that you support this motion as a motion to enhance beach resilience, to support marine ecosystems, avoid damage to homes and infrastructure, and support businesses that rely on tourism. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you. Any questions for Tanya? No questions. Thank you. Next speaker on the same item, 5.3, Notice of Motion of Adoption of the Offshore Sand Nourishment Policy, Mr. Peter Blackwell.
Good evening, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity of addressing this public forum. I'm speaking in support of the motion previously mentioned. The practice of sand nourishment is nothing new. It's been used in many countries all over the world to stabilise coastal erosion. More closer to home, sand nourishment takes place at Coleroy Beach. You've seen photos of that. Stockton, Gold Coast and Noosa beaches. Coastal engineers such as Professor Andrew Short of Sydney University, Angus Gordon and Douglas Lord all recommend sand nourishment as a complete solution to coastal erosion. This is not an issue that can be ignored by our council, which has many beaches directly susceptible to coastal erosion in a period of climate change and rising ocean levels. Council must develop relevant policies, and in this regard, sand nourishment of beaches is an obvious engineering solution. Even if a seawall structure is built to deal with coastal erosion, there still needs to be sand nourishment of that beach. For example, Northern Beaches Council has to truck sand onto Coleroy Beach after big season storms washes out in front of their existing seawall. In a report by Manly Hydraulics Laboratory prepared in 2021 dealing with the proposed seawall at Wamberal Beach, it stated that sand nourishment will be required. Seawalls are not the answer to coastal erosion. If we want to keep our beaches where they are, sand nourishment will save our beaches. Many property owners at Womberall Beach have entered into positive covenants on their titles with council, agreeing to carry out their own sand nourishment in the event of ocean erosion. These existing arrangements are an acknowledgement that sand nourishment and revegetation is essential to fight coastal erosion. The principle of sand nourishment results in the beach being protected and with even an increase in an easterly direction of the beach. These existing agreements acknowledge that sand, I apologise, I'm repeating myself. The beach will expand in an easterly direction, preserving the amenity of the beach for the whole community, as well as protecting the beachfront properties. At the 2024 Local Government Conference at Tamworth, this council was successful in having a motion calling for a statewide support of offshore sand nourishment, and this council really should now adopt that policy or something very similar for implementation at our local level. The cost of sand nourishment should not be an impediment to sand nourishment. For our Central Coast beaches, funding can be sought from both state and federal governments, as offshore sand nourishment will benefit many other Australian beaches.
Thanks, Councillor Peter. That's your time, but I'll give you an extra minute.
Thank you. Please approve this notice of motion, as offshore sand nourishment will combat sea erosion on our beaches in an environmental friendly way and preserve our beaches without the beach damage caused by other hard armouring methods. Council really needs to do something to protect our beaches, and offshore sand nourishment is the best solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Peter. Any questions for Peter? No questions. Thank you. Thanks very much. I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thank you. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in Council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off, switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I'd like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. I now declare the meeting open at 6:31. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. Hopefully it's working at home tonight. It wasn't the last meeting. Acknowledgement of country. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to the Dark and Young country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who can call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect the place and people. Just for everybody's information, Councillor McNamara is an apology from being in the chamber. This is due to a family emergency tonight. Councillor McNamara will be joining the meeting a few minutes late this evening, and he has requested to attend via video link. Once he has joined the meeting, I'll call for a procedural motion to determine his request.
And I'd just like to confirm I've received a written request saying, Mayor, I seek leave to attend tonight's council meeting via video due to being away in Sydney for my wife's emergency surgery. That was received at 6:02 this evening before the meeting in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice.
Could that document please be circulated and that all such requests be circulated as a matter of course?
Who's that?
Yeah,
So while the CEO's doing that, I'll now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in the item on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm that I have no conflicts of interest. Councillor Moreland, do you have any conflicts of interest?
I have no conflict, Mayor.
Councillor Daniels?
I have no conflict.
Councillor McGregor?
Due to what happened in the public forum, I'm going to declare a perceived conflict of interest with 5.3 and I'll leave the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Castles?
Yes, I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant conflict of interest in regards to 3.8 open space strategy. I have a family member who works in the open space area for Central Coast Council, but however, I will remain in the chamber. I will not take part in any discussion, but will exercise my right to vote should that come up for a vote.
Thank you. Councillor Crawley?
No conflict.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh?
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Councillor Neal?
I have no conflicts of interest in relation to this council.
Councillor Smith?
To declare, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Lamont?
Nothing to declare.
Councillor Ian?
Yes, I will declare an insignificant non-pecuniary conflict in 5.3, and on the basis that I am a member of the Joint Regional Planning Panel, which may, in the fullness of time, consider the Womble seawall development applications. However, I note that the notice of motion does not refer to the development applications, nor indeed to seawalls at all, and in my opinion is not relevant to the seawall issue. And on that basis, I'll declare it as a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, and I will stay in the chamber.
Councillor Stanton?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary conflict of interest here in 5.3 because I'm also on the panel, noting that nothing in the agenda or the attachments refers to the Womble seawall, which is the concern this evening. So that's why I think it's non-significant and I will stay in the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the same as Councillor Eaton and Councillor Stanton, please.
Thank you. Councillor McQuaid?
No conflicts.
I don't think a councillor declaring a conflict of interest can just say he's declaring the same as someone else. I think he has to provide his own response in relation to a conflict of interest.
Councillor Wright, can you?
Sorry.
I declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest on item 5.3, and I will stay in the chamber.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor McQuaid.
No conflicts.
Thank you. Item 1.2, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question about the minutes, please?
Yeah.
So sorry, and I just note the minutes in relation to Councillor Eaton's motion about the number of submissions for the planning matters. And apologies if I missed it at the meeting itself, but the second part said that this policy be submitted to the Department of Planning for approval. Can I just get some clarification? Did we actually adopt a policy, and don't policies need to go out of public exhibition, or are we sending that resolution as a policy of council? Sorry, I just needed some clarification if I could, please.
There's no requirement for that policy to go on exhibition. That would be a decision of the council if it wished for that to occur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Can I move over as Councillor Wright? Can I have a seconder for the Councillor Eaton? Thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous. Items resolved by exception. Item 1.3, Council intends to deal with multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for items dealing with financial matters or matters that councillors wish to speak on. I will now call the number and title of each item and indicate whether they have already been starred by councillors. I will then ask councillors to indicate if they wish to have any additional items starred. This means that the item will be discussed and debated. Item 2.1, Mayoral Minute Development Forum, building a foundation for future growth. Item 3.1, Monthly Finance Report November. Item 3.2, Monthly Investment Report November. Item 3.3, Instrument of Delegation for the Chief Executive Officer. 3.4, Disclosure of Interest Returns Councillors. They've all been starred. Item 3.5, Gosford's Regional Library Project Status Update has not been starred.
I would like to start that matter for a question, please.
Thank you. Item 3.6, Facade Improvement Support Programme Applications 2024-25, not being starred. Item 3.7A, 3.7 Community Support Grant Programme, October 2024, has not been starred. Item 3.8, Open Space Strategy Outcomes of Public Exhibition, has been starred. Item 3.9, Draft Development Control Plan, DCP, Chapter 4.7, Tuggerah Regional Centre Finalisation and Local Planning Agreement, that's been starred. Item 3.10, Social Media Policy for Adoption, has not been starred.
Mr. Mayor, I would like 3.10 to be starred, please.
Thank you. Councillor 3.11, item 3.11, Draft Community Engagement Strategy for Adoption, has been starred. Item 3.12, Council Services during Christmas New Year period, has not been starred. Item 3.13, Current Gosford Library Building Appointment and Review Panel, has been starred. Sorry, Councillor Neil. 3.12 has now been starred.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I've been trying to get your attention with the microphone. I would like 3.8 to be starred.
3.8?
Yep, please.
It is starred already.
Is it? Okay, sorry.
3.13, current Gosford Library Building Appointment Review Panel has been starred. Item 4.1, rescission motion, entry into aviation service lease has been starred. No, hasn't been. Yeah, it has been starred. Item 5.1, notice of motion unlawful camping in parks and reserves has been starred. Item 5.2, notice of motion formation of review panel existing Gosford Library has been starred. And item 5.3, notice of motion adoption of offshore sand nourishment policy has been starred. Councillors, can you please advise if you wish to debate any other item? Would anyone like to move the recommendation? Councillor Eaton, can I second it? Councillor Neal?
I was actually moving it to move an amendment.
Sorry, Councillor, amendment for?
That we adopt the unstarred items and that items 3.13 and notice of motion 5.2 be debated simultaneously.
Yeah. Yeah. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. So back on to the motion for the procedural for motion X. Would anyone like to move? So it's Councillor Eaton seconder. This was to move the items.
I just did.
We just did that.
We can do it again.
We moved you moved the start items and considering both the old library matters together.
All right.
So we now move on. Yeah.
I think that's what happened. I agree.
If that it's Mr. Mayor, I would like to at this time to move a procedural motion under clause 11.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice to shorten the duration of speeches to expedite the consideration of business at a meeting to 3 minutes per speaker.
Have you got a second for that? Councillor Wright? Councillor Neal?
Yeah.
You can't?
It's a procedural motion, so we have to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak briefly to it, Mr. Mayor, given that it's about brevity.
Sorry, Councillor Eaton, you speak to it, then we go straight to vote.
Yep. Yeah, I'll speak to it very briefly because it is about brevity. Unfortunately, the last meeting of council, we went past the designated close time of 10 p.m. And I think with what's on the agenda tonight and the mood, I think, of the council, and I think there'll be extensive debate, we will not finish this meeting tonight if we have 5 minutes per speaker, and noting that with 15 councillors, that could give you 75 minutes per meeting. If we go to 3 times 15 is 40 odd minutes. So it will significantly reduce the time for the meeting. I believe if you can't make your point in 3 minutes, you're not going to make it in 5, and I commend the motion.
Councillor Eaton, can you switch off your mic?
Sorry.
Councillor McGregor?
So a question. With the way it's worded at the moment, it's unclear. Do you mean for this meeting or do you mean for a particular item? Could you just specify that in the resolution?
Can you put off your microphone, Councillor McGregor?
It just says to limit speaking time to 3 minutes per speaker, so you just want to add in what for this meeting? Is that?
Yeah, can you switch? Thanks. Hold on, Councillor Eaton.
It's procedural.
There's no debate. We're just going. Clarifying, yeah. He's want to put it to 3 minutes speaking tonight instead of 5 minutes.
No. What I said was it's a procedural motion. There should be on procedural motions, there should be no debate. You can ask questions. To clarify, as Councillor McGregor did, for example.
Microphone, please.
That we we return to the normal debating requirement of 5 minutes. We've only had 3 meetings, and already we see the Conservative bloc trying to limit the level of democracy that we have in this chamber. We have a situation where the speed of decisions is given priority over the quality of the decisions. The reason we have a chamber, the reason we're all here, is because we want to be quality decisions where every member of the community, through their representative, is heard.
Councillor
And I don't
Neils.
believe that this is happening with 2 minutes.
Councillor Neils, just a question, thanks. Put the motion, all those in favour? Councillor Newman, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McKenna. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Cancels, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. And because it's 7-8, I'll use my casting vote and I'll vote in favour of it.
Can I just say something? I've spent a fair bit of time preparing my speech, and it will be for 5 minutes. You can't, Trent last week, how long was your speech for? About 5 minutes. Okay, so it's a bit unfair that we suddenly go to 3 minutes tonight.
Council's resolved. You can seek an extension when you're speaking.
I will.
Thanks. First item on agenda is mayoral minute. Item 2.1, mayoral minute for Development Forum, building a foundation for future growth. I recently attended the UDIA Central Coast Industry Luncheon. The event provided an opportunity to engage with leaders from the regional business and community, including the development sector, industry consultants and New South Wales government officials. Growth on the Central Coast was a strong theme, and the need to better plan for this was discussed. The current planning system and time taken to get projects through the system was raised as a challenge. We understand that our population is growing and community expectations are changing. As a new council, we now have an opportunity to show leadership as we engage with the development sector from partnerships with New South Wales Government and build a positive foundation for the future. To enable this, I'm proposing that Council facilitates a forum with the theme of building a strong foundation for future growth. The purpose of this forum is to identify barriers to develop, discuss burning issues around growth and explore how some of these can be resolved. This forum will be the start of a journey will lay down the tracks for our train to leave the station and ensure that we're heading in the same direction as we grow. I formally move the recommendation. Councillor Lamont.
Motion?
Yep.
Sorry? Yep. I think it's there, isn't it? The council. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second that amendment.
Yeah, would you like to speak on amendment?
Yep. Okay, so as Mr. Mayor knows, I think that's a great idea, having a developer forum, but why don't we make it a Central Coast Expo or something bigger than just a forum, and actually invite all sectors of the community in here to actually be part of any developer forum. Development is multifaceted. It's not just people building houses or warehouses or high rises. There's a lot more to it. And you would have noticed yesterday in the round table, there's many aspects to development that have to be considered. So I have proposed that request that the list of invitees for the Building Foundation for the Future Growth Forum be developed in consultation with all of us, that we broaden the stakeholder representation, that it becomes community-centric focus, and that there's transparency in stakeholder selection, so we all actually know who's actually going to be invited to the forum, and we might even be able to suggest who else could be invited other than the CEO. Request that all councillors receive regular updates on the development of the forum's program, including invitee list, to ensure ongoing oversight and input. As I said, this should be open to everyone, and I think all councillors would like to be part of it. We've all campaigned on development for the coast, and as I said, let's think about this a bit bigger. How about showcasing the whole of the Central Coast, not just developers?
Thanks, Councillor Watt. And Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I second the amendment from Councillor Lamont. And in a similar vein, I mean, the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act talks about social, economic and environmental considerations in planning and development. So I do think it is critical that it be opened up more widely to all stakeholders on the Central Coast that have an interest. Could I just ask a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor? Is it intended to be a closed forum, or will it be open to the media? What was your intention in that regard?
No, it wasn't a closed forum. The initial one was to get developers in the room and explain what's happening. We might have a new director by then as well. So it's just to lay the ground rules, what to expect, and what we can look forward to moving forward. And that's why it was just for the developers to lay what the rules are, and it's about good development. It's not just about development for the sake of developing. So that was the reason for the developers forum.
And sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you say it would be open to the media or not?
Why would it not be open to the media? There's nothing to hide. We're just speaking about what's on record.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I commend the initiative. I just think it needs to be broadened to all stakeholders and be a very open and transparent process. And look, with great respect, I think transparency is critical in this area, and there is a perception that yourself have a close association with some people involved in the development sector, and I don't think that's been fully declared in this case. I'm not accusing anything, I'm just saying that there's a bit of an elephant in the room.
It sounds as though you're accusing. Would you like to
no, I'm just suggesting a lack of transparency in that regard, Mr. Mayor. I'm not saying that there is...
Because it was the chairman of the RDA which had declared and had resigned when they said it would resign?
Look, I think there's also, in your political life, there has been close associations. Would that not be a fair statement?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, I'll withdraw that, Mr. Mayor. But look, I would encourage that it be opened more widely to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and all stakeholders are involved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And just on that, Councillor Smith, the plan was down the track that it was initially we get the developers in, and then it gets opened up to something that Councillor Mont talked about, but originally it was just for developers. Councillor Neil.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it is a good initiative to have a forum start up to discuss these issues. But I think it started off incorrectly by giving one particular group a priority, and it might suggest that if developers are invited in initially and then others, that they are the first priority and that other people are not going to be given the same value and weight. I think it is a idea that we don't want to have ruined by that sort of prejudicial position becoming apparent or possibly apparent. So I would strongly urge you, Mr. Mayor, to accept this amendment and expand out the forum to a wider forum that showcases the whole Central coast and doesn't potentially poison the tree before it even starts.
Sorry, thanks, Councillor. Any further discussion? No. All those in favour of the amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I did have my microphone on to speak.
Sorry, Councillor.
Did have my microphone on to speak, but
sorry, I never saw
to
you.
Councillor Neil's point, is it amenable to the mover?
Sorry.
Okay, firstly, I'll get rid of the amenable to the mover part. Am I able to speak, or are you saying it's been put?
No, speak.
Okay. I just want to speak in favour of the motion to again highlight the importance to what you'd said about appropriate development here on the Central Coast. And I know in my previous conversations with you and what you've put out to the councillors, I believe this is well intentioned, and we want to have sustainable development that meets the needs of local residents, both now and into the future as our population continues to grow. I mean, we have anticipated population growth of 18% by 2046, and these people are going to need housing, and developers are a key part of that. And I think that while they might just be part of the initial forum, and then you're obviously open to bringing in other stakeholders, I think that's fantastic. I think we need to do a lot to restore confidence from the development community in Central Coast Council. We heard from a local representative just yesterday, all of us did, about a developer saying, look, I'm not even going to bother with the Central Coast anymore, we're going to go up to the Hunter, up to Newcastle, and that's simply as I always say. So, okay, thank you.
Councillor Neil.
Did you have a point of order, Councillor Neil?
Please.
That's
no, but he's speaking.
I ask that you please let me speak in quiet. Yeah. And look, I think, again, the vision you have is good and appropriate, and I understand the reasons that you've raised it, and I look forward to the forum if it gets up.
Sorry, I just want to clarify the question of the speaker. He claimed there was a developer who said that he was no longer going to develop on the Central Coast. Could he please name that developer? I didn't hear anyone say any such thing.
Could you put your microphone?
It was anecdotal evidence. The developer wasn't named. It was provided to us in that sense.
Thank you. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McKenna. And that's tied at 7 each, and I'll have my casting vote, and I'll vote against the amendment. All in favour of the motion?
We're going to have some debate. People with their microphones on.
Move straight to the motions. Councillor, in favour of the motion?
I'm in dissent on the chair because you're not following the code of meeting practice. You put the last motion, then you let Councillor Wright speak. I had my microphone on. With the rules of debate, you should be having speakers for or against the original resolution.
Yeah.
You hadn't, at the time that I had the call, you hadn't done that.
Okay.
So I'm moving dissent on the chair's ruling unless you go back to the debate.
Councillor McGregor, speak.
Thank you. Now, it seems that there was some attempt to try and get through things quickly tonight, but it seems that we've had a bit of issue with that. Look, on the face of it, the forum may have some value, but I think what people need to do is pay attention to what happened in the debate around the amendment. So with this mayoral minute as it stands, it's all about going to the development industry first. So we've been elected by the community, not the development industry. We should be working with the community first. We should be inviting the community, and they should be on equal footing. It shouldn't be about privileging one particular industry or sector over any others. Now, it is a bit of word salad in front of us. It's not particularly, good, bad. It's indifferent to it, really, from my perspective. I didn't wish to speak against it, but I am concerned that we have a council whose first priority is the developers and not the community, and that's the messaging which is coming out of the speakers here tonight. The developers should not have a privileged position just because they have more money. Furthermore, we look down to the rest of this business paper in front of us, and there's this issue of favouring certain groups and not. In several of these items that are before us and several of these notice of motions, Councillors need to be really careful about what your role is. Your role as a councillor or mayor is not to favour certain sectional interests over the whole community. It's to represent the entire community, and I do have concerns that the direction, although it may potentially be well intended, does not have community at front and centre. It has developers specifically. What about all the other industries on the Central Coast? There are many other industries that provide employment, that provide a public service. Why aren't we having a roundtable for them? Why aren't we having a job summit? Why are we not inviting other businesses to come here and develop the WES or work on the Erina to Summersby corridor? These are the kind of things that are core business of council, not doing a meet and greet and shake hands with the new Director of Planning, which we've heard nothing about until it came up in debate tonight, about who's put forward for that. And why do we need to give a special introduction for them to local developers? Which developers? Are any developers being favoured over others? Is it equal footing for all developers? These are the things that people need to know. And these are the questions that will be asked of those in this chamber and outside of it after this meeting tonight. Community should be front and centre, not sectional business interests.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Now we'll put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moorland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. That's all those against. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal and Councillor Smith are abstaining from voting. They're not, and Councillor Lamont had
Record my vote as abstention, please, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor Smith.
I'm abstaining, so
yes.
if you could record
so
my
Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith abstained. Councillor Lamont.
Actually, can I change my vote and actually support the motion?
Support the motion. Support motion. Thank you. Councillor Lamont supports the motion. So that means 6, 7, 8, 6.
8, 6. The motion's carried.
Yeah, the motion's carried. Thank you. Next item on agenda is item 3.1, monthly finance report. Any questions? Councillor Lamont? Councillor Wright, Councillor Lamont?
One of the questions that I have is with the breakdown. Okay, well, I'll move it.
Right. Councillor Lamont, move it. Councillor Seconder, Councillor Wright, Councillor Lamont.
I just have a question more than anything. With the breakdown of the timing related variation in future reporting so that there is a more realistic picture as to what's a timing variation. Just so we've got a better picture of what is actually a timing variation and how much. I don't know whether that's possible or not. Because if you look at the variance, there's two favourable variances, 5.9 in the operating surplus and 6.7 in capital expenditure. We need to know whether that's actually sustainable or if it's just timing differences. So I don't know whether that can be done in the future or not.
We can include a little bit more additional detail, particularly on the capital works, which would probably be very useful. But just a reminder that these monthly reports are summary reports and the quarterly review reports have all the detail on the variations, but we can certainly attempt to put some additional detail in there for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright?
In seconding the motion, I just wanted to make a brief comment just in regards to the I won't say amendment, I'd say comment I made last meeting about the monthly financial report, including a line item about council's long-term debt obligations. I understand that it was the report itself was included as a supplementary item for this meeting, so perhaps it may have been forgotten, but I just ask if we could include it from February onwards. That'd be fantastic.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Any other discussion? Put vote. All those in favour? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 3.2 monthly investment report. Can I have a mover? Councillor Wright, and a seconder. Councillor Moreland. Any discussion, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, I'm happy to make a brief comment because, as I said last time when I moved the monthly investment report, it's often a question I get asked from the community around, how well are we functioning financially? So I just wanted to say that it is pleasing to see that yet again there's been an uplift in unrestricted cash and an increase in value across our investment portfolio.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Yes, it's. I'm interested. Obviously, with these investments, we are making substantial profit from these investments, which is a good thing, of course. But it's more how that interacts with the improvement order. If we spend the money that's made from these investments, do we need to seek approval, or does that come within the budget?
We budget for interest on investments. If we perform better, ultimately that's money that council may want to consider at investments, and it really depends on how the cash holdings go through the year and how interest rates are holding up, and they probably are holding up a bit better than was anticipated when the budget was set.
That's what I'm saying. So we're making more money from our investments than we anticipated. Therefore, we have a greater amount of income. So whatever that excess income is, if you want to put it that way, say it's X. If we spend X, do we need to get approval under the improvement order? Because we're not actually changing the budget, are we? Because we make extra X and we spend extra X.
If we do earn investment income over and above what we budgeted to earn, then that would be highlighted in a quarterly review report. It could then be allocated for expenditure to whatever council resolved to expend it on, and then that entire quarterly review report would be submitted to the OLG under the performance improvement order.
But do we have to? Because it's not actually a variation to the budget.
Yes, and it would be considered a variation to the budget. The performance improvement order specifically states a significant change, and under the legislation in relation to caretaker period, significant is defined as 1% of rates revenue, so about 2.21 million. So if it was in that vicinity, then yes, it would come under the remit of the performance improvement order.
So if the variation was 2.2 million or less, we wouldn't have to seek approval?
Yes, unless it triggered another clause in the performance improvement order.
Thank you.
And can I say that I think it's highly unlikely if we've identified savings through our operations that the council decided that they wanted to spend that on something that was, in the community's interest, that the Office of Local Government would say you can't. I think, the performance improvement order is to stop you spending money that you haven't got rather than spending money that you have got.
No further questions? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it appears that Councillor McNamara is on the screen now.
So Councillor McNamara is now joined.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. I would like to put a procedural motion to allow Councillor to attend remotely. A request has been received from Councillor McNamara to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.21 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that this in accordance with Clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Councillor McNamara is entitled to vote on this item. That the Council approves the request by Councillor McNamara to attend the ordinary meeting on 10th of December 2024 at 6:30 by audio-visual link, as he is unable to attend in person due to serious family matter. Can I get a move on? Councillor,
My microphone was on first.
sorry. Oh.
I move the procedural motion that Councillor McNamara be accepted by video link to join this meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Second, Councillor Eaton. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry.
Councillor.
I'm more than happy to support this. I just wanted to ask that it be noted when he joined the meeting. It looks like there is a timer on the screen there. I think it was 1 minute 22 ago or something. So if we could just note when he actually came in, because he wasn't participating in the earlier votes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Thanks, Councillor McNamara. You're now in the meeting. Thank you. Next item is 3.4, disclosure of interest returns.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're at 3.3, the instrument of delegation. I'll move a motion that I put forward to the staff, and I think I've circulated to all councillors. Yeah, 3.3.
Oh, sorry, I jumped on.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, sorry, instrument of delegation of the Chief Executive, sorry.
That's the one, yes, thank you. So I'll formally move that.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland, would you like to speak?
I'll only speak if there's opposition.
But we did have some discussion about the possibility of reducing the figure from 10 to 5 million. Are you agreeable to that? I thought, well, you indicated earlier that you were. You didn't mind whether it was 10 or 5 million.
So, Councillor McGregor? All right. Councillor Ian? Oh, sorry, Councillor Neil? Yep, thanks.
So I'll speak to it since there seems to be some small degree of opposition, I think it'd be fair to say. I think there's general agreement that there should be some limits on the delegations given to the General Manager, even though, of course, he's an excellent General Manager, and it's still appropriate that there be general limits. And yes, there has been some debate about what is the appropriate level. In the end, I think $10 million in a council with a budget, operating budget of about 650 million and an overall capital budget of 850 million, 10 million is actually a relatively small amount of money, being less than 1%, or about 1.2% of the total budget. 5 million would certainly be less than 1%, and I note our Director of Corporate Services comments that 1% is significant. So we're at that level of significant, but 5% would be insignificant, therefore, or $5 million would be insignificant as being less than 1%. But in truth, the reason that I think 5 million is too low is that you can have a single road contract. Rebuilding a road could easily go $6 or $7 million. I don't think it would likely go over 10. So I think in terms of round figures, 10 is the most appropriate level to set it at.
Thanks, Councillor Ian. Councillor McGregor?
No.
Just start off with a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Mayor. In regarding a commercial lease coming to this council at this stage with the current parameters that we have, could I get an answer as to what, if any, in terms of the time frame or the length of it, would necessitate it coming to council as it stands at the moment? Is there currently a parameter on that?
Is there currently a parameter on leases? No.
Yeah.
The only parameter is, I think there's a limitation on Crown lands over 21 years, which requires a minister's consent, not the council's. So, so at the moment, the current delegation is unlimited in that regard.
And then the same or similar question regarding money. So this would set it at $10 million. What are the current parameters around monetary value coming to council?
It's unlimited, but within budget. So, so essentially that's what it is. It's within, as long as it's within budget. The other thing that's to be understood in terms of the dollars is if it's a multi-year contract, it is the cumulative value of that multi-year contract. So say it's the toilet. We do our toilets internally, but let's say we clean our toilets by contract. If it was a 5-year contract at $2 million a year, that's classed as being a $10 million procurement decision. If that makes sense?
Yeah. And has any work been done on comparing these potential changes to other comparable councils?
I haven't been part of this discussion on the proposals being put forward, but we had a look at comparable councils, and they go from comparatively low numbers to being essentially where we're at, which is quite unlimited. So there's no real common ground. Some councils have comparatively low thresholds, and some have no thresholds. One thing should be considered is that we are an extremely large council, so the numbers that we turn over are multiples of most councils in New South Wales.
All right, thank you. I'll rise to speak against. No, you can't go wait your turn. All right. No, I've asked questions. It's different. Read the code of meeting practice. So, look, I'm really concerned about this. From what we're hearing tonight, there hasn't been a lot of consensus building around this room with staff and other councillors. This is a really significant decision that's being pushed through. It's being rammed through with a wafer-thin margin, as many others are. Now, some people may feel comfortable not having any leases come to them at all. Some people may like to look and get caught up in the minutiae. I myself have some concerns over what's in front of us, both in terms of the years and in terms of the monetary figure. Now, particularly given what happened with the last Central Coast Council, I have a very low threshold and tolerance for being told she'll be right, don't worry, we'll take care of it, it's all fine. Heard a lot of that last time, look how that ended up. So, I believe that the community elects us to provide oversight and to have a real engagement in the key strategic decisions that are being made. And if someone is being offered a lease or a contract or anything like that for up to 10 years, to me that's significant. Other people might think, no, it's not, and you're entitled to your view, and fair enough. But from speaking with experience, that does concern me. Having things only come to us because there is a legislative or a regulatory requirement without any consultation with our community or with our councillors does concern me greatly. In terms of monetary figures, people saying that less than $10 million, well, it's not too much money, don't have to worry about that. I'd be surprised if there's too many people in this building right now who have a personal bank account upwards of $10 million or close to. And I'd be surprised if with your personal finances or your business finances you'd be that flippant, let alone with the with something that should be sacred, which is public money, people's money, our residents, ratepayers, and all the businesses and the like who are paying into our general fund or into our other funds. Would they like to hear that we think that $10 million isn't that much money and someone can go and do whatever they want with it, doesn't have to report back to them or to us with it? It's really important that we have the highest and the strictest possible standards around governance in this organisation in particular. Look at the performance improvement order, look at the expectations of the community. Consider that when you're voting on this. So we've got a group of people here, for want of a better word, have a strong faith in our laissez-faire approach when it comes to finances. I don't think the community would think that's good enough. And I certainly will not be writing any blank checks. I was asked last month to sign off on a blank check with unlimited time and unlimited money attached to it. And now I've got someone saying, don't worry, $10 million, 10 years, not that long, not that much money. She'll be right, I'll just sort it out. You're in safe hands. That doesn't fill me with confidence or security at all, and I won't be supporting this.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will just ask if the mover would consider adding at least one part to that. One of the things in previous council, I don't think we were made aware of any or many legal proceedings that council may have been involved with. And my recollection, my understanding is a lot of them were settled without council knowledge, which I think when legal matters are in court, that poses some reputational risk to council, and the councillors should be certainly made aware of those legal matters, but secondly, if there is any kind of settlement, that should be a matter that comes to the council for a decision. So I'm just wondering if the mover might accept that kind of amendment? No? Okay, then the other one, Mr Mayor, just clarification through you to the CEO or to relevant staff about planning matters. Again, I do recall the former Gosford Council that the CEO did manage to get himself delegated to approve variations to DAs that would have normally come to the council. Can I assume that the current planning system council has no decision-making role in that kind of matter, since we now have panels on the coast? Would that be correct?
There's no determinations of any planning matters apart from rezonings and planning policy by the elected council. Likewise, there's no actually, to me, there's the determination that's done by staff are done by professional staff, and I don't have any involvement in planning assessment either.
Okay, and so the CEO has no ability to vary an approval or vary a rezoning decision. And I think I know the answer is that's correct, but if I could just hear it from you, Mr. CEO.
It certainly isn't something that I have dealt with, and I don't intend to deal with bearing any planning issues. Planning issues are determined by professional planners, local planning panel, JRPP.
Okay, thank you. If I could just speak on this item then, Mr. Mayor. So again, I will say it is disappointing that we weren't provided, I guess, with a better understanding of the delegations. And again, I refer to the previous council where we did ask for delegations of the CEO, and we were given a folder that actually outlined what those delegations are. I know the report says the delegation is everything that doesn't have to come back to council, but I really don't find that sufficient or adequate as a response to the councillors understanding fully what those delegations imply in terms of the power of the CEO to not bring those matters back to council. So I will support this motion. Again, I'm disappointed that the mover has not included that legal parameter, but I would hope the recent experience of not realising that council was in court or that the CEO was going to appear in court until 2 days beforehand, I would have thought provided some clarity about having a bit more information provided to councillors. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neal. Councillor Wright, can you put it off and I'll come to you after Councillor Neal?
It was just a question that in the amendment it specifies particularly commercial lease. Is there any occasion where the council has a residential lease of 10 years or more?
We don't believe so. I'm not sure whether we don't believe so.
Bearing in mind the uncertainty about that issue, would the mover accept an amendment of the removal of the word commercial?
Councillor Neal, could you put off your microphone, please? Thanks.
It was actually, at the risk of putting him in it, the General Manager who suggested that that was appropriate, and I think that was more about community leases as opposed to other sorts of leases.
If I could add, the question is actually not to do with residential. What I was saying about residential may well be if we have a lease with and I'm not aware of this. You may well have a lease with a community housing provider, for example, who then provides that the actual tenancy situation. But the other area where we do enter into leases quite consistently is with community-based organisations. There's a very large number of community-based organisations, community or sporting, environmental, where we enter into leases with those organisations. So the question is, does the council want to see each of those, or are they happy for that to be done under delegation?
personally, I would very much like to see them, just because I was aware of them. Certainly don't have any opposition to them, but I think something that period I'd just like to be aware of. So I'd probably prefer the lease for all leases more than 10 years to come before the council. But I suppose I'm asking the mover of the motion whether they're prepared to remove that word and give that effect to the amendment.
Councillor Neil, Councillor Neil, thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, the CEO. As I originally drafted, it didn't actually add commercial in, so I put it in on your advice.
You asked the question whether it was commercial or community, and so that was the question. So
if you don't see a problem, I'm happy to take out the word commercial.
There is no problem with that.
Okay, let's do that.
There's no problem with including both those.
Okay, let's do it.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Wright, you use. Okay. All right, so has that been changed? All those in favour? So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Reaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid and Councillor McNamara. Against was Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles. Yep, carried. Councillor Crowley, sorry, as well. So, motion carried, thank you. Item 3.4, disclosure of interest returns. Councillors, firstly, could I please ask that the Director of Corporate Services provide an update on the councillors who have provided their disclosures of interest returns?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just an update that we have 8 councillors listed as having returned their returns within the report. I do want to highlight that prior to the deadline of the 1st of December, we did have Councillor Moreland also return his, and it was inadvertently left out of the report. And since that date, we've had other councillors return them. Just to clarify that the due date is actually the 1st of January. However, the legislation compels me to table them at the first council meeting after they are lodged. So these are the ones that are lodged to date, with the addition of Councillor Moreland, which I will table at the next report.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Seconded by Councillor Moreland. Would you like to speak, Councillor Moreland? No? No? Any speakers? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item is item 3.5, Gosford Regional Library Project Status Update. Councillor Neil.
I'll move the recommendation. In doing so, last question. I have been advised that there's been discussions between the University of New South Wales and the council in relation to this. What did I say? Didn't I say Newcastle? Newcastle, in relation to the sharing of the facilities of the library in exchange for some sort of financial arrangement. Is that the case? And if so, what were the discussions about? And what were the conclusions?
We are in discussions with the University of Newcastle to share the makerspace, so there would not be a any financial exchange for that. It would just be they would have a staff member in there that would supplement our staffing in the makerspace. So it would still be community use, but they would have a staff member in there that would support their equipment, and they would bring their equipment into the facility. So it would improve and increase the stock of equipment that we have in there. So, for example, 3D printers, laser cutters, a whole range of other equipment that they would be bringing with them if that agreement were reached.
And other than, what entitlement does that give the university or their students if that arrangement is made?
It gives them a space where their students can come and actually use that equipment. won't have that space as of the end of next year, 2025.
And will that space be available for other people who aren't students as well?
That space will be completely open to the public.
And it's a slightly different issue, but I might ask at the same time. Is there also some discussions about the use of a pool, council pools for the use of university students?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's all the questions I had. As I said, I'm happy to move the motion, the recommendation on the motion.
Can I have a seconder for the motion, please? Councillor Eaton, thank you. Any other questions? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 3.8. Open space strategy outcomes of public exhibition. Councillor McQuaid, would you like to move it?
I'd like to move the motion with a recommendation of the staff, but with additional items on the motion which were sent.
Can I have a seconder or Councillor Milland? Councillor McQuaid?
Mr Mayor, I'll speak in favour of adopting the open space strategy, but with additional items on the motion, as I said. Number 2, provides a report on the mountain bike infrastructure that is appropriate for open spaces, open space use by May 2025. Number 3, council identifies within the report any locations or sites on the Central Coast that are appropriate for mountain bike infrastructure within open space lands in preparation for a future Central Coast mountain biking strategy. And number 4, council consults and works with appropriate community groups on the Central Coast, such as the Central Coast Mountain Biking Club, in preparation for the report. Mr Mayor, I have been approached by numerous people in the community that have concerns by not being heard with this current open space strategy, in particular the mountain biking community. I acknowledge, Mr Mayor, that it is noted as an action item within the open space strategy that the mountain bike strategy is to be started within the 25-26 financial year, but my problems lie with the lack of understanding from council that the mountain bike community, that mountain biking is and should be part of the open space strategy moving forward. Mr Mayor, that the highest number of respondents, which was 57%, requested mountain bike infrastructure in open spaces, yet mountain biking is not included in the strategy. I understand that this is a big ask for the staff to get the report back to us by May 25. However, this community has been ignored and pushed back for over 7 years, and it's time someone listens to them and gives them a voice. Mountain biking has seen a significant surge in popularity in recent years, and for good reason. It's more than just a recreational activity. It's a pathway to healthier communities, environmental stewardship, and economic opportunity through tourism. I want to focus on ensuring that council investigates mountain bike infrastructure that is appropriate not only in natural areas, but also appropriate in urban and open spaces. Whilst the majority of mountain biking takes place on single trail, which are natural trails located in bushlands, etc., there is still good use for mountain biking infrastructure to be investigated in urban and open spaces. Examples include dirt jumps, slopestyle tracks, built out of timber, rock and metal. A good example is with our southerly neighbours on the northern beaches with the Bear Creek Bike Park. Other examples include short course loops, dirt criteriums, skills parks, etc. This needs to be acknowledged as possible future projects within the open space areas on the Central Coast. Given that mountain biking is hugely popular, it can be a powerful driver of tourism, an example being Derby in Tasmania, with the Blue Derby mountain bike trails, which have transformed a small town into a thriving tourism hub, generating over 30 million annually in visitor spending. Riders from across Australia and around the world experience these purpose-built trails and local businesses, cafes, accommodations and shops. Mountain biking is versatile, thriving in urban bike parks, open reserves and natural landscapes. Urban trails like the ones in Sydney Centennial Parklands, they integrate seamlessly into city life, provide residents with easy access to nature and exercise. As councillors, we have the responsibility As councillors, we have the responsibility to plan for the future of recreation and tourism and invest in mountain biking, and that deserves a mention.
Thanks, Councillor McQueen. Councillor Lamont.
I do have some questions, but I might actually do them as questions on notice for the next meeting.
All right.
That's okay.
Councillor Neal.
Yeah, I thought I was next. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question or a comment, and I did speak to the director, so I just wanted to make the comment in public forum that one of my concerns in reading the open space strategy was no reference to pocket parks within our area, and some councillors may recall that that has been very controversial over probably the recent number of years, both with the former Gosford Council that tried to sell off a whole lot of land, and there was a significant community backlash, and those parks and that land ended up being protected. Also under administration, as in the previous council, we made a point of ensuring pocket parks were referenced in recreation strategies or appropriate recreation strategies. I think at the time staff were really wanting to push parks to regional parks, and a lot of people in our community were very unhappy about that. They wanted to retain their local pocket parks. I understand from the director that that is not being excluded from this strategy, and there will be a further report or a further strategy to come to council. But I would say, just on reading this strategy, because it talks about, and I think the term is small parks or local parks, where it talks about a minimum size and minimum requirements, it does read as if it might exclude pocket parks and ultimately then potentially remove them. So I did just want to reassure the community that have expressed interest in that, that pocket parks, there is no intention from this council to remove them, and that there will be a further strategy. And if I could just have confirmation of that from the director. Thank you.
That is correct. So as part of the Parks and Play Space plan, the pocket parks will be included in that plan.
In speaking to the substantive motion, there are a couple of matters I wish to raise. One of them is in relation to the amendment which is moved in relation to the biking. Is it on? Yeah. I think there is some confusion about this issue, because I think the mountain bike is not generally used in what's covered by this strategy. The correspondence I've received from the mountain bike groups is that they wish to mountain bike in Cosland. There may be some confusion because it's also open space, but Cosland is not actually the open space which is the subject of this report. And there may be some confusion in that regard. In saying that, I don't have any opposition to having a report come back and a strategy in the future for mountain biking, but I think we need to be, I would like to make very clear that I would be very strongly opposed to mountain biking taking place in Cosland, even though it has confusingly the same name as this strategy has. The other issue I'd like to raise is in relation to community facilities in areas like the peninsula, where there are not a lot of new areas opening up, where maybe further north. And I'm concerned how, even because, for example, the peninsula, even though there is not actually a lot of new housing, there's a lot of densification, if that's the correct word, happening. So there's a higher population, but no new spaces opening up. How is the council going to provide, and I wasn't really clear on how this really was covered by the strategy, how are we going to provide more facilities in those areas where populations are growing, but more opportunities for spaces to put facilities aren't?
Through the Mayor, I might let Mr. Sharrar respond to that question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you've asked a very hard question because the peninsula is quite landlocked, being developed over a large period of time. What we have been doing at the peninsula is actually trying to use the space there better. As you've seen, there's been a fair bit of work. Peninsula Recreation Precinct just been open, a lot of new parks and play spaces, the sports facility buildings. I think we're up to 5 or 6 have been renewed on the peninsula over the last few years. So while we know we don't have more green space there, we're trying to actually activate the green space that is there better. The strategy was to, and it'll go to Councillor Smith's question too, it wasn't to go get rid of smaller spaces, it was to try to give us the power to make the decisions moving into the future to get more appropriate spaces. Like when we're talking, I think there's 22 pocket parks under 1,000 square metres. That's about the size of, I don't know, two reasonable blocks of land. And when you're looking for green space, that's not a lot for kids to play. It means you're right next to the road, you're right next to people's houses. So the optimum space is between that 4,000 to 5,000 square metres, which gives you places to run, potentially walk dogs, put in a park and playground, and give room for everyone. So it's trying not to repeat the failures of the past, but to actually improve the future.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Yes, I just had some questions through you, probably to Mr. Schrar if I can. I'm just on page 50 of the strategy, and the criteria about distance from residential dwellings, and particularly for district and regional, which seem fairly prescriptive. And if I can read out district, it's 100% of residents to have access within 2 kilometres. And clearly there are areas where that's just not going to work. So I assume there is a fair bit of flexibility. That's more like a target or an aim rather than an essential criteria, I'm assuming. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I missed that. I was actually trying to look for page 50. I didn't have it, so could you mind repeating the question?
So it says attributes of characteristics of district and regional size recreation areas. And for district, 6 hectares and larger, it says 100% of all residents to access within 25 minutes walk, 2 kilometres, 10 minutes drive. And like, if I take Magenta, for instance, I don't think there's any district level facility that would meet that criteria. And I'm not saying it should, I'm just trying to establish that they're desirable characteristics, not essential characteristics.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. They are desirable. Our district parks, we do aim to get them in high density areas, and as areas become more dense, we tend to bring in the new district parks. For the low density areas, it's not practical to have them that distance, but that is aspirational.
Okay, and then the same thing about regional, where even I think aspirational is problematic. So all dwellings to have access with 10 to 20 kilometres or over 30 minutes travel time on public transport. And yet, to give you an example, I think that the hockey facility at North Wyong is a regional level facility. I would think at that level, it's probably the only one we need on the Central Coast with synthetic fields. And yet clearly it's, you know, more than 20 minutes from the far south. And I'm not suggesting that we want to necessarily, for a sport like that, which is a big sport but not as big as others, that you want to have another regional facility down at, you know, Adcock Park or somewhere or other.
While that is a regional facility, it's a regional hockey facility. We've got Central Coast Regional Sport and Recreation Centre at Tuggerah, and Adcock Park is also considered regional. So when you bring multiple sports, so a district level facility is probably 2 fields, so like your Wungaras, Hamlin Terraces, that sort of thing. Your single fields like your Buff Points or some of those smaller ones, they're your local ones. Yep. And then so you've got potentially Peninsula Recreation Precinct at your minor is considered a regional area. Then you've got Adcock Park at Gosford, Tuggerah Regional Sports.
I understand. Sorry, I obviously didn't make my question clear enough, and I apologise for that. The question is that we don't need to have, for smaller sports, we don't surely need to have 2 regional facilities on the Central Coast, and that therefore logically means that they won't actually fill that criteria. Likely.
The intentional wasn't to have regional facilities every 30 kilometres for every different sport. Like there is potential if we had a big hockey competition, they can play on turf.
Yep.
So they could be playing at Tuggerah Regional Sport or potentially at Adcock Park. Yeah, so it wasn't for all sports.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? All those in favour? All those in favour? McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor. This is the motion, yeah. Yeah, it was the motion.
Unless they want to vote for.
You vote if you're. Yes. So, again, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara. All those against? And Councillor McGregor's abstaining from voting. Thank you. Item 3.9, Draft Development Control DCP Chapter 4.7 Tuggerah Regional Centre Finalisation and Local Planning Agreement. Tuggerah Gateway Planning Proposal. Councillor Milland. Councillor Milland, would you like to move that?
Oh, yes, I'd like to move it.
And could I have a seconder? Councillor Daniels.
I think this, oh yes. Can we have the full motion come up? I think there was another paragraph to add to it. Yeah.
Just clarify with the second 5 to go in.
With the move on second, are you happy with 0.5 to be added to the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move the original motion, but can I just have a few seconds to read what else has been added? I'm happy to accept the amendment or the change to the original motion.
You're happy? Okay. Would you like to speak?
I start this item because it's such a significant development on the Central Coast. I really just wanted to open up for the discussion. It's a very comprehensive report, and I didn't want this to go through council without due discussion and debate if necessary.
Thank you. Councillor Daniels? Any Councillor Smith?
Just a question. Sorry, who moved this? Did you move this? Yeah. Happy with the recommendation. Just suggestion that with the new addition of Part 5, that where it says that council staff prepare a submission for endorsement by council, it's a bit predetermining council staff's view. There may be changes at a planning proposal stage by the state government. So if we just make it that staff prepare a submission by council. Yep, thank you.
Did Civic get that? Councillor Eaton?
Just a couple of questions from me through to, I assume, the Director of Planning. On page 66, there's a comment in the DCP, 4.7.2.5.2, subsection A. And I'm sure Mr. Loader knows exactly what that says. So I'll repeat it slowly. It's under the heading Materials and Building Finishes on page 66. And it says building materials should complement the predominant masonry construction of recent developments within Tuggerah Regional City. I find that somewhat problematic in that might have been the former form of construction, but I think, as Mr. Loader knows, a lot of at least residential construction now is part other materials rather than masonry, and I would have thought it might be more appropriate. I mean, it does say complement, I suppose, but to maybe just water that down a little.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Eaton, I reading that clause and bearing in mind this is a DCP that can be varied. I think the intent is to, as it says, complement that the current built form around that masonry type appearance, and recognising that there are similar materials available in the market that would achieve that. I don't think it precludes those from being used.
Oops, I'll get it off. One other question. If I now come to page 96 and the shared pathway, while I don't have any issue with what's there, why don't we ask for the shared pathway to continue to the Tuggerah Railway Station by way of pedestrian overbridge over the Pacific Highway? I know it's a big ask, but if we don't ask, we certainly won't get.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Eaton. If Council wishes to resolve that way, I'm sure we can certainly ask for that. There is some connectivity to Tuggerah Station, obviously, via that signalised intersection there, but it would, pedestrian overpass bridge would certainly make that a safer option. So if the council wishes to resolve that way, we can certainly do that.
Might request that the mover add that, an item to that effect, into his motion. So do you want me to draft it? It'll be 6 that, is this a draft? Mr. Draft DCP, item 4.1 be amended to include the construction of the shared pedestrian pathway to Tuggerah Railway Station by way of a pedestrian overpass over the Pacific Highway. Something like that. And happy to take Mr. Loader's comments as to any suggestions to the wording.
Councillor Milland, you happy with that?
Again, through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Eaton, I think you're in the VPA, not the DCP. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, sorry. Can I just realised I was in error with my change to the wording, so apologies, Councillor Milne, but it doesn't make sense anymore. So it just needs to go back to staff prepare a submission for endorsement by council. I misread that. It doesn't predetermine the submission, it just requires the submission to come to council. Sorry.
I'm happy to accept 5 and 6. In regards to the addition of number 6, my only concern with this report was the disconnect from the rest of Tuggerah East. The pedestrian bridge could bridge that connection, and there's a lot of development that is planned on the eastern side. You have the potential expansion of the supercentre. You got playing fields, obviously. Potentially in the future, the Mariners Centre of Excellence may also expand, and having a safe pedestrian access between the the development we're talking about tonight with the existing development and the telco station, I think would be a good addition.
Thanks, Councillor Milland.
I'll put the motion.
Right, all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles. To save that, unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, social media policy for adoption. Councillor Castles, would you? Could you put, yeah.
Microphone. As far as the adoption is concerned, the one thing that I would like to, I guess, include as a, I guess, as a motion or a recommendation, but as a motion, is that the draft social media policy comes back to council after a period of 6 months as a report, a review, for us to see how well it's been working and whether there's anything that perhaps needs to be adjusted at that point in time. I'd like to move that way.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Smith. Councillor Castles, can you put your microphone off, please?
Oh.
Thanks.
So if we're adopting it, it becomes the policy, so the draft would come out of Councillor Castle's motion, that's all. It'll be the policy, I think.
That's right. It's okay.
Mr Mayor, could I also just clarify with the mover, is it that the policy needs to come back to council or a report on the policy, on the effectiveness of the policy?
Sorry, a report on the effectiveness of the policy after it's been in place for a period of, I'm suggesting 6 months. Sorry, probably wasn't clear enough.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item, agenda 3.11, draft community engagement strategy for adoption. Councillor Walsh or Councillor Smith? Councillor.
Are you happy for me to move? Mr Mayor, I will move the motion as it appears with the part 3, which I have provided to the staff. And that part 3 just requests that we ensure that some of the place-based engagement strategies occur in the first half of next year. I'm happy to talk to that if I've got a seconder.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Wright, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will just speak briefly to this, and I will acknowledge that community engagement is a very different landscape these days and quite difficult when we don't have traditional media, newspapers, TV, and all organisations try to utilise social media and online methods. However, as we have discussed in some of the conversations that we've had with staff, there is a concern about the effectiveness of some of our community engagement approaches. And again, I'd like to commend the staff on their efforts. It's not a reflection on them personally. I can see that there's a lot of work going in to try to do community engagement, but a measure of doing engagement isn't a measure of engagement happening or that the community is better informed. So some of my concerns, which I'm not trying to change the policy around, but I would just like to note some concerns, is that firstly a heavy reliance on social media as an engagement tool when we need to be much broader that and put it in the context of not everybody in our community utilises social media in that way, and increasingly people are switching off from social media. So I think it's dangerous for any organisation to believe that that is the most effective form of community engagement. The report did note that place-based engagement is very popular, is welcomed by the community, and they want more of it. And my experience of seeing some of the work that council and previous councils have done is the Let's Talk events are hugely beneficial and seem to be well patronised, and so that hence my part 3. I did want to also make the comment that I know council uses drop-in sessions, and again they have a role to play, but again I would say my experience and the feedback I get from people that go to drop-in sessions is that it still needs somebody to tell them what it's about. People can't just drop in and know what questions they want to ask until they get the overview of what it is that council is consulting on. And just one further point, I note on page 34 of the strategy, it talks in the public participation plan section, it acknowledges that trying to do consultation on planning matters over Christmas is not a great idea and it's not well perceived by the community, but it only talks about the period up to the 10th of January as being the difficult period. I would suggest that that time frame should be extended up until at least the 17th of January, that there be no community consultation commenced or restricted to that period. So I may seek to just add that to my motion, if I could, that that page 34 of the strategy, where it refers to extend the exhibition period beyond 10th of January, should say beyond the 17th of January, if my seconder is happy with that.
Councillor Wright, I think he's visiting the bathroom. We'll ask when he walks back in. As long as he's washed his hands. Well, we're waiting on Councillor McGregor.
Just a question to the mover. Would you be amenable to postponing making a decision on this until the next council meeting?
Part 3 there, and then I'm happy to postpone finalisation of the strategy until February if that was seen as being important. But I would like to request that the CEO, that we get on with doing some place-based consultation, in particular on those 3 items, that includes those 3 important strategies that will come around in the first half of next year, being the operational plan, the local strategic planning statement, and the community strategic plan, that they be the subject of a place-based engagement in each ward.
Councillor Walsh. Sorry, Councillor Neil. Sorry.
There was just a minor matter that I wanted to clarify in relation to the report about the consultation. It's on page 58. It says that 1,900 people had an opportunity to engage at pop-up engagement activities. Does that mean they just walked through the facility, or I'm just a bit unclear on what opportunity means? I mean, I know what opportunity means, in this context.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Neil. They were an opportunity just to talk to the community in terms of where they were at the particular time. So basically we had outdoor movie nights, and it was just one of the activities that we had in the engagement plan, where people could come in and talk to staff around the engagement strategy that was on exhibition, and talk to staff about opportunities of ways to improve engagement at council. So they were the number of people that were participating at those movie nights.
So they actually were at the meeting night doing something else. How many of those 1,900 actually did engage?
The staff basically took, feedback from people that attended. I'd have to go back to the report and have a look. I'm so sorry, I don't have it right in front of me.
It just could be a very different number. I mean, it could be zero, but they're all enjoying the movie and decided not to talk about the engagement strategy.
Yeah. I understand. So where people were given the opportunity we were talking about the awareness of the strategy for people who wanted to engage with us over that particular activity. I can get you some results in terms of the actual numbers that were recorded, because we had over about 2,600 comments that came through for the 2 stages of consultation, but I can certainly get that detail to you.
Yeah, just in relation to that 1,900, how many people did actually engage and consult?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
I'll rise to speak to it, and just to get a bit of background on why I asked for the postponement. So in the report, it talks about this coming back to councillors on the Saturday 19th session. And I'm sure that a lot of you probably are trying to rack your brains now to think about how that went. That was when we all sat in this room and everyone complained about talking to a group of 6 people from this background and 6 people from that background. And there was talk about what kind of shape the CSP should have. Now, community engagement is one of the most important things, if not the most important thing, that any council does. And that will help shape the quality of the decisions that are made and the quality of the recommendations that come before council, whether they're on a policy or a particular item. So I think that it's really important as a group of 15, given that at multiple council meetings and at that particular session, people were not particularly chuffed with how engagement has gone in the past. And a familiar refrain is that people feel ignored, they feel like their views are not taken genuinely, and that maybe there was a phone survey or some people walked past a shop and they counted, and that's not good enough. I think it's important that we actually try and do a bit of a deeper dive into this. I think these documents are very important. I understand the commentary around a lot of the CSPs looking exactly the same. I understand that, there's different ways of engaging with the operational plan, but at the end of the day, it's basically nil chance of getting any amendment to it. I get all that, but the quality of engagement that we have with our community and the methods that we do it will really determine how this group of 15 people are seen. But more importantly, it's not about us, it's about how effective this council works on an operational level. And that's what we should be really genuinely most interested in, that the operational wing is operating to best possible performance and that what they are doing reflects not particular sectional interests, like the groups that we organise forums for at the start of the meeting, but everyone. We've got a region of roughly around 350,000 people now. We're always talking about being a growing region. Well, maybe the people who put us here should actually have some say over what this region will look like in future and how it operates and how this organisation operates. So if councillors are genuinely interested in how we engage, consult and work with our community, I think it's important that we get this right at the start. And I think one of the things that you'll probably see over the term of this council is when documents get rushed through and they're not done correctly, people will complain about it. It might take 3 or 6 months, but they end up coming back anyway. The mountain biking issue that was raised tonight, that's something that's been going around in circles for a very long time because of how the engagement decision-making process is done with that particular group. And I'm not singling them out, I'm just using them as an example. Because if you don't have the right mechanisms to deal with the tough issues and you just kick the can down the road, or you just try and tick and flick it, or you just go, yeah, well, we've met our regulatory requirements, we're done, you just create a bigger problem for yourself. And that's both the elected wing and the operational wing. So councillors, I would ask that you actually really strongly consider how these documents are formed, what processes we use for engagement and consultation, and how that is going to improve or not improve this organisation as a whole before you vote on this.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor.
Just clarify that I am accepting the suggestion to the motion that the matter be deferred to the strategy be deferred to the February meeting for finalisation. But retaining that the CEO conduct place-based engagement activities. So that would be the change to the motion. And my understanding is my seconder is okay with that? Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
My original question, Mr. Mayor, was to Councillor McGregor, just why the reason for the delay. But I think a lot of people, a lot of councillors around the table tonight have expressed concerns about the engagement, and I know I raised about the engagement with young people here on the Central Coast as well. My only issue with what we've laid on the table at the moment is what do we do between now and the next meeting or the February date? Are we going to have another workshop? What's the mechanism to get a better engagement outcome from our staff? So.
I think we're just working this through because the motion as printed doesn't make much sense at the moment. It needs bits taken out of it if it's going to have that new bit, new part 3 in there.
You happy with this? You happy with that, Councillor Smith?
A question to Councillor Smith. If we're going to have a workshop, do we need number 2 in there at this stage? Or can we include that in the workshop as an intended outcome with additional items that this council is really concerned about?
That it stayed in, just because February is a long time to wait before you start organising something like that, and it's already in the strategy as something that council intends on doing. Maybe not in that time frame, but it's part of the strategy already and has been part of the practice of council. Thank you.
Look, the only issue is we'll just have to scope that up and determine whether it needs additional budget, whether we can do it within our existing budget resources. And I guess there's going to be perhaps differing expectations on the level of investment in each of those activities. Well, that'll blow that pretty quickly.
Councillor Smith, are you happy with the changes now? Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, can we have a number 3 in there about the workshop before the February council meeting, please?
Could you just give us... Councillor Smith, are you...
That a workshop is organised for councillors to workshop engagement outcomes expected by councillors. I'm happy for some wordsmithing, Councillor Smith.
To workshop the engagement strategy.
Yep. That a council workshop be organised prior to the February meeting to further consider or okay, that a workshop be organised for councillors to workshop the strategy? No. Is that where you want to go with it?
Look, can I just say, it should say that it just be a workshop is organised for councillors prior to the February meeting, full stop, because it's in that item.
Yeah. I'm happy with that.
So, a workshop is organised for councillors prior to the February meeting, full stop.
Yeah. Well, no more speakers, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Just let you know, Councillor McNamara has been asked to go to see a doctor at the moment, and he'll be offline for 10-15 minutes. When he notified us he was going offline, council staff have got the time he's exited the meeting, but he'll be coming back in. Next item is 3.12, council services during Christmas New Year period. Councillor Neil.
Yes, I know Councillor Eaton will jump on me, but I do want to ask a question before I move this recommendation. Just to have a look at the report, there's a subheading saying Christmas and New Year closure, Monday 23rd of December, with services returning Monday the 6th of January 2025. Then it goes on to say that Council's customer service team will undertake a staff development and mandatory training on Monday the 6th of January 2025. So they won't actually back till the 7th. Now, I have to say I find that one of the most annoying things is when there's a long break. You go back in expecting it to be open and people have got mandatory training. Is it really necessary to do this mandatory training on the first day of after the longest break that the council has?
Oh, yeah, can I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Wright, thank you.
Well, is it necessary? I just think it's people have been, there's some problem, they've been hanging out, they rush in, well not maybe walk in normally, and there's no one there having expected someone. Do we have to do this training on that first day? Can't it be any other day?
So through the Mayor to Councillor Neil, the training's already been scheduled, so it's already locked in for the 6th of January 2025.
But does it have to be?
We can look at it for future years, but unfortunately it's already locked in for this coming year.
But what do you mean by locked in? You just tell the staff, isn't it?
The training's booked and the staff have been advised that they'll be attending the training.
Okay.
If I might just comment, it's a little bit like a pupil-free day.
Exactly.
We tried to determine the time that would have the least impact on the community. While it is, it has been a long break. Essentially, we get very, very low foot traffic at that time of year, and so we identified that would be the least disruptive, rather than doing it perhaps in a higher volume, more business-like period of the year. That was the reason.
So maybe I just express the view that rather than the first day, if you're going to do it during a period that's less traffic, maybe do it on the Friday of that week rather than the first day. It just is, people who do have a problem and have had a problem for a while will be unable to resolve it because of that training day. I accept that it's been booked in, but I might move and remember that in future, the training day not be on the first day of the return to work. You prepared to accept that amendment, Councillor Eaton?
Councillor Neil, can you put off your microphone, please?
Prior to it being decided next year. I mean, I accept the staff's comment that they think that's the best day, and if the statistics show that's the best day, I'm prepared to, go with it. But I just think it's a bit hard off the cuff to say don't do it on that day. I'm happy to review it though. Yeah, review it in September or something, or October, something like that, a few months before. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Councillor Eaton, can you put off your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
So Councillor Wright, you're okay with those changes?
Just that a further line that the policy on the training in the Christmas or after the Christmas break period be reviewed by September 2025.
So can I just clarify, is this all staff doing mandatory training, or is there a skeleton staff available for the public, or?
It's only the customer service staff, so all the rest of the council's staff will be back on deck on that Monday.
Okay, and so customer service centres will be closed on that day?
Customer service points will be closed. The on-call service will be available to them, but the rest of the staff will be back on.
Are you happy with those changes? Yep. Any more discussion? All those in favour? Councillor Neil. Yeah, unanimous. Thank you. Just let you know that Councillor Martin O'Mara has now joined us. Next item on agenda is 3.13. In conjunction with 5.2. In conjunction with 5.2. Yes, doing them both together. Yeah. Councillor Daniels. Would you
I'd like to move a motion. I think the wording has been given to staff. Have you guys received the wording?
Is it?
Yeah.
Right, are you happy with the words? Yep. Can I have a seconder? Councillor McQuaid. Would you like to discuss?
So we've put through, we're trying to keep it fair to give, we're naming 3 that we would like to put forward and leaving 3 open. And just that we'd like for this panel to be put together, a committee to review it.
Councillor McQuaid, would you like to speak? No. Any names come forward? We've got three nominations.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a question of the mover initially. And it really is a why question. This matter was championed by Councillor Castles and myself. My experience is that there's a bit of professional courtesy to allow Councillor Castles to then take the lead on this. And I'm just wondering if there's a particular reason why Councillor Daniels has sought to take the jump on this. Councillor Daniels?
Well, I think there's a lot of people who have a passion for this, and I think that we've been speaking equally about it. We've all been speaking equally to the community. I don't think any of us particularly have priority. I just believe that Councillor McQuaid would do a very good job as being chair.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, look, I have to say, I want to, can we speak against this at this stage or not? I would like to just say that my original motion actually was asking for interested councillors to actually put their hand up. Now, there is a rationale behind that, and the rationale behind that is, I believe, that we wish to be inclusive. We know that people in this room actually do have a passion for this particular matter, particularly considering at the last meeting we ended up with a unanimous decision to actually establish this review panel and to actually work through this matter. To be honest, I think it would be far more democratic, much more reflective of the community, should we have remained with a situation which happens in many other councils, where you will ask for a group of interested councillors to put their hand up to take part in something like a review committee. So I just want to make that statement now. I'm obviously thrilled that we're going to have a committee and we're going to do this review, but I do believe this is actually quite against the spirit of what was intended in my motion that I have actually, that we were keen to make sure it was very inclusive and reflective. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor McGregor. Councillor Castles, can you turn off your microphone, please? Thanks.
I'll start off with some questions. Firstly, to Councillor Daniels, is there any opportunity to change the number from 6 if there are extra interested people?
Oh, sorry, I don't know.
Thank you. I just felt that 6 was probably a good number, given that there is not much time between now and when a decision may need to be made, and we need to make sure as many people can make these meetings as possible. I note that there was 3 meetings requested between now and was it February or March, which is not much time, and I understand that a lot of people do work full time and don't have that time to come along to these meetings. So I thought 6 is probably a good number, and it gives a good balance of viewpoints from all places, all teams.
Councillor Ryan.
Well, I just wanted to say that I assisted Councillor Daniels in the motion, and in fact, if the motion passes, there is a motion arising in terms of appointing the other 3 people to the committee as an appropriate way, I thought, of dealing with the matter, which might clarify how it could be dealt with. And I do support the motion, and I note that as it stands, there are 2 Liberal, 1 Independent, and the opportunity obviously is there for 2 Labor representatives and 1 Independent representative if the council is of a like mind.
Councillor McGregor.
Further question. Question to all the councillors who are participating in this meeting. At the last meeting, several people indicated that they wanted to be on the panel. So just by a show of hands, if those people that had indicated interest previously, could they please raise their hand? To go on the review panel. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out of 15. So we're excluding 5 people arbitrarily, potentially, to configure some sort of political outcome. So I'll ask the question again of Councillor Daniels, is there any opportunity for the other 5 to join this committee?
Councillor Daniels.
Oh, thank you. I noted that the show of hands there, it was majority Labor, so I do believe that the 6 keeps it fair.
Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak for the motion that Councillor Daniels has put forward, and I've long been an advocate for these committees, whether it's ones I've been interested in or not. You know, being a smaller working group in the interest of efficiency, and I believe that if we had 11, or indeed you'd end up probably getting all 15, we may as well just bring it all to council. And the idea of the committee process, as you would see at all levels of government, is to have smaller groups. It's what you do at state and federal parliament, as Mr McGregor, I'm sure, would be aware, and I can't see why we can't manage that here.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor McGregor.
All right, look, I'll rise to speak against it. This is supposed to be an issue of some importance that crosses party political lines, but as you can see, the intent here with what's in the board in front of you doesn't do that. Now, the reality is, with your weight of thin margin of 1 vote out of the 15 here, even though you've got a minority of people in the community voting for right-wing candidates in the election, a distinct minority, they do have a majority in this chamber, and they seek to use that majority to ram through their agenda regardless of what the community wants and irrespective of what the 7 from the other side of things, and not necessarily saying that all 7 are uniform as a block, but when there are 7 other people who did pick up a majority of the votes, if you look at the returns, the majority of people did not vote for the people who have a current majority in this room. And to cut them out just cuts all the community out, and it cuts all that point of view out. Now, this is supposed to be a non-partisan issue, and it's quickly turning into one. Now, there was a refrain in earlier meetings that amendments and resolutions and things like that should be shared across the board beforehand. If you go through the emails, you can see there are some people amongst this elected wing who are doing that, and there are some who are not. And that's quite telling. we do have block voting here, and it's not going to get you the best outcome for your political party, and it's not going to get you the best outcome for our community. The other thing which sort of boggles the mind is, regardless of what this group recommends, it comes back and you've still got the block of 8 to vote it up or down anyway. So it doesn't really matter what this group does. So you can have a pretense of democracy, you can have a genuine democracy, or you can have this autocracy where things are just rammed down people's throats. And that's what we have here. So it's really quite disappointing that we can't even pretend that we have any interest in listening to other people in this group, apart from the fact that if the numbers match up with who's sitting in this chamber in the different blocks that they're sitting in, then they're relevant, otherwise they're not relevant. I would think that there's a whole lot of areas of expertise that, irrespective of what political grouping you belong to, people can bring to this. And this is an issue that has some history into it, and it would be important to be across the history. I'm very pleased to see that we have great enthusiasm here from a number of very green, clean, new candidates and people who don't have a lot of experience in local government. And that energy and that sort of new perspective is important to include. But it's also important to include people who've been around for a while and actually have a bit of the background knowledge. When you are making a decision, to make a truly informed decision, context is very important. Knowledge is important, not the political party that you joined 5 minutes ago, or the people who stand behind you when you're running for campaign for public office. We should be making decisions that are evidence-based, that are based on the best knowledge and context that we have in front of us. And it shouldn't be made on politics. And this is shaping up to show that this decision will be made on politics and not in the community's interests.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McQuaid.
Quickly I want to speak for the motion, obviously. A very stirring speech by the councillor over there. But if you want to talk about evidence-based decisions, there's no better evidence than the election in September, as indicated. And the will of the people are that the fact is, such is life, that there's 8 v 7. So let's vote.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions, if I may. I just want to clarify a few things through you to the CEO. I know at the last meeting there was talk about needing to spend money to go and do further work about upgrading the facilities potentially. And thank you for the clarification in my follow-up email that it was only in relation to a potential change of use. So can I just clarify whether staff are proceeding with that work, because it would seem unnecessary at this point in time to be spending those resources?
There is some work being done, preliminary, and Mr. Bolgoff might be able to provide some more advice, but we are sourcing some specialist reports on the basis that Council resolved at this last meeting to develop a panel and therefore should be supported by evidence.
So just in further clarification on that, when the reference to change of use, I assume that's in the planning definition of change of use. And when I had a look at the zoning being RE1, it seemed that it would be quite a stretch to think that there was such a dramatic change of use that it wouldn't come under the existing zoning or the existing use of the building. Is there? So I'm just, again, a little bit lost to understand why we feel this urgency to spend money on getting that work done at this point.
So that the council, in making a decision, what's going to be a multi-million dollar decision, either way, is well informed. And so the council will, and clearly, assuming, we have a resolution already on foot that says there should be a review panel, there'll need to be work that identifies, is able to inform the committee in a whole range of issues. There's again, the previous resolution of council identified a range of heads of consideration, so that stood, and so we have been getting some work done. And Mr. Volgov, I haven't been party to it. Mr. Volgov might be able to provide us more advice.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Through the Mayor to Councillor Smith. To enable the group to be able to make the appropriate decisions, there is some minimum work that needs to be done by a professional organisation that has the expertise over a number of different disciplines, as identified in the previous notice of motion and in the terms of reference for the committee. The funds that we're looking to expend is around the $10,000 mark to also provide information and advice on the cost of further studies so that group is fully informed.
All right. Again, I apologise, but I'm still finding that equally as vague. And perhaps that could be one of the first items for this committee to consider about what that all means, when it would appear that a lot of community use of that building would fit within the current use definition. But I will leave that point there. Can I just also ask that whether it needs to be part of a motion or not, that the meetings take place at the library, at the existing Gosford Library of this review committee? Yeah, thank you.
I might just ask a further question that might clarify the issues raised by Councillor Smith. I think the question was whether it was a change of usage in that it required a DA to go from a library to a community facility which was used for meetings. I think that was... Libraries have meetings. I know, that's what I'm just asking.
It's more than a planning issue. There's a building classification, there's a Disability Discrimination Act, there's a range of things that need to be considered, and the committee are going to have to get their head around, depending on what they are, because we haven't had a use proposed yet, and the committee are going to have to get their head around what needs to be spent depending on the intended adaptive reuse of that building. And so what we're seeking to do is provide some advice, expert advice, to be able to say to the committee, if you want to use it as a office building, this is what you would require to do. If you want it to be used as a community space, this is what is required. If it needs to be used as a commercial undertaking, this is what the work that needs to be done. There's a whole range of pieces. If you're going to maintain that building and maintain the public safety in the park, or enhance the public safety in the park, what potential changes would you need to do to the building to improve the public safety of the park in terms of improving natural surveillance? So that this is not a simple issue, and if the committee is going to discharge its duties responsibly, it needs to be well informed to be able to get its head across all those issues.
Councillor Daniels.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Councillor Smith if you wanted that wording added to maybe something to do with the meetings to be held at the library if there is space available.
Councillor Castles, Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I mean, surely there's space available. It's a library. It might need to be after hours, after closing
There's
time.
no meeting room. There's no meeting room in the library.
But it could be after closing hours. What time does the library close? Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Daniels? Councillor Castles?
Just a quick, I guess, comment in regards to expertise, people with expertise coming, informing the panel, being involved with providing information. I think one of the things that, regardless of what happens here, it's really important that members of the panel also may have some suggestions about who that there may be who has that sort of expertise. And I just give one example. It's come to my notice that the company who actually originally built the library actually still operates very effectively and is an expert in matters around heritage, adaptive reuse of buildings and various other things. I mean, this is just one example. Now, I'd like to think that it will not just be completely if you like, great suggestions, no doubt, and directed by those with expertise that the staff believe would be helpful, but there would also be opportunities for others to actually also inform this group and to have those important conversations.
Daniels require accepting.
Yes, Councillor Daniels and Councillor McQuaid accepting Councillor Smith's amendment. Point. Yep. That bit, having a meeting in the library.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Can the motion be put? Can we put the motion?
Yep. Yep. And that's with, you've got that, they've got the words there.
Councillor has moved that the motion be put, so you have to move the procedural motion that the motion be put the motion, and then you'll have to go to another motion to pick three.
All right. Let the motion be put. All those in favour?
The motion that be put.
The motion be put.
This is that the motion be put, okay?
Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Newland.
I have an arising motion. I have an arising motion next.
So call the motion.
Call the motion be put. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Newland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton.
The wording there.
No, he's already done that. It's up to that. It is actually up to that now.
Sorry for the motion that's on the screen at the moment. The council appoints 6 councillors, including Councillor McQuaid as chair, Daniels and Stanton to review panel. The council adopts the attachments in terms of reference. The meetings of the review panel take place at the existing library building if there is space available.
And what we're voting on is procedural motion. So what you're being asked to vote on right now is that the motion be put. Okay, that stops the debate, and then we'll then put this motion, and then there will be another arising motion to select the other 3 councillors. Does that make sense? Wasn't called. Okay. So you're going to move that the motion be put and we're going to count.
Motion be put and count. McKenna, Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid. Against?
Councillor McNamara.
Oh, Councillor McNamara, sorry, John. Against Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley and Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal.
Yeah.
That motion's carried.
Now you move the motion.
Now we move the motion. This is for the councillors,
yeah, no. This motion here is that. Yeah.
Now vote for the motion on the screen now. All those in favour?
No. The motion be put. You can't do anything now.
So, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The motion is carried. Councillor Daniels.
I'd like to move a motion arising to fill the extra spots for the 3 on the panel, please.
Could you say that again, Councillor Daniels? I couldn't hear you.
As the wording on the screen, that council now elect other councillors to the committee by way of open voting.
Seconder, Councillor Ian. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McNamara. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. Motion carried.
Got a motion. Do you want to conduct the election, or I should conduct the election? Could I have any nominations for the panel from the councillors who are not already included on the panel? Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles. Are there any other nominees? Councillor Crowley, Councillor Smith, that's Councillor Lamont, Smith. Can I just go through that again? I've got Councillor Smith, Councillor Castles, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Lamont, and Councillor Walsh. Is that? It will be a formal committee of council. It will be advertised. It will be open to the public, and anybody can attend. The public can attend, as can any councillor. That will be the discretion of the chair, but the chair will. It has to follow formal council meeting procedures in accordance with council meeting practice. But you can suspend standing orders and manage it in a different way. Committees are normally handled in a less formal manner than a meeting in this forum.
Because I have a very strong interest in it, because other people want to participate. I have nominated, but I do not have the opportunity to participate in this. I am extremely disappointed in the fact that I have not been able to participate in this committee. I have not nominated because I feel that there are other councillors who obviously feel very strongly about this as well, and I do not wish to stop them participating, and I respect their desire to participate very much. But I'm deeply disappointed. I would very much like to be involved in this committee. I feel this issue is extremely important. Many people have raised this with me, and I feel that it's quite upsetting and frankly insulting to all councillors that this sort of procedural wrangling went on for the purposes of preventing Labor people supposedly having more people on the committee. As we all know, whatever recommendations the committee comes up with, we'll come back here and the council will make a decision. So there's no reason except pettiness to prevent us participating.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Thank you. Councillor Lamont, can you put? Just a question. We're just doing election here.
I'm just going to say I just wanted to remove my name the same reason as Councillor Neal.
So at this stage I have Councillor Smith, Councillor Castles, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Crawley and Councillor Walsh. Is that correct? Councillor Walsh is out?
Yes, I'd like to speak and remove my name from it. If ever there was an issue that I thought we were actually going to work together on council as councillors, given the vote at our last meeting, I'm shocked and dismayed and really object to the way this has been handled. And I'll remove my name because I don't have any faith that there is going to be a true working together on this matter.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh.
So at this stage, sorry, Councillor Crowley just has a light on.
Councillor Crowley. Oh, Councillor Cobson. Councillor Castle.
Yes, I know you want to talk, sorry. Yes, look, I'm going to leave my name on here. I am absolutely disgusted with this behaviour. It's been appalling. We really have shown the community tonight, or at least some people have, that they simply have no idea how to work in a collegiate way with their fellow councillors. Now, I'm not going to let this stop me, because I think this is something that is really important. I'm not going to withdraw. I'm going to stay on this committee, and I will be doing my best to ensure that we get more people coming as experts to our committee, that we have a proper community consultation phase, and we actually treat our community with respect rather than with disdain, which is what has been shown to us tonight. It's been shown to us as councillors, it's been shown to us as council staff, it's been shown to us for the community, and frankly, it's appalling.
Thanks, Councillor Castles. Councillor Crowley. Councillor Crowley.
I'm of a mind to withdraw, however, because I'm really quite shocked about all this tonight. And I am of a mind to withdraw, however, I think I will stay the course with the others and, do the best I can.
So at this stage, I have Councillor Smith. We have 3 vacancies. I have Councillor Smith's, Councillor Castles, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Crowley. And we have an election for 3 spaces. And we're going to conduct this, I'm interested in how we do this, by open voting. And what we will do is, I'm just trying to work this out when you do it for multiple spots. Those who get the majority of votes will be elected. By open voting can't be proportional representation. No. What we will do is we will vote the highest, or maybe it's appropriate that what we'll do is we'll elect them by round. So the highest number of votes, and then we'll go back. Is that appropriate?
Can I move a procedural motion that we take a break for 5 minutes to work out how we're doing this? Because it doesn't seem like anyone at that end has any idea, and certainly no one at this end does either. So I move a procedural that we take a 5-minute break.
Right.
Okay, a 5-minute break.
It's the position, because it's 3 spots, I've not done this for 3 spots. everyone's names out. I'm going to ask you to vote. The highest number of votes in the round is elected. If it's a tied number, I will re-put it. Okay? So if it's tied, so it's 3 all or 6 all, I will re-put. So you get an opportunity to rechange your vote so I don't have to draw out of a hat. Okay, so I'm going to go in that same order. Councillor Smith, Castle, McGregor and Crawley. You get 1 vote and 1 vote only. All right? In each round. At each round. Okay, so this is round 1 to elect the first councillor member. Could I have those votes for Councillor Smith? That's 1, 2, 3. Councillor Castles. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have you voted before, Councillor Smith? I would have thought you'd be. I could say something very smart now, but I won't. Can we just do that again? The number of people voting for Councillor Castles is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are you voting, Councillor Lamont? No? 6. Councillor McGregor? Councillor McGregor? None. Councillor Crawley? One vote. Okay, so I've received, there's only been 9 votes cast, but in the absence of anything else, I'm going to declare Councillor Castles elected. Okay? Now, that then leaves Councillor Smith. We've lost Councillor Neal again. No, she's over with the chocolates. I'm going to leave Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor and Councillor Crawley. Can we just hold it together? I'm going to call those names. You all get a fresh vote. You all get a fresh vote. No, Councillor Castles is removed. There's 3 councillors left. You all... no. So, those in favour of Councillor Smith? That's 1, including Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith and Councillor McKenna. So that's 5. Councillor Wright, sorry. So that's 6. Am I right in saying that's 6? So that's Smith is Councillor 6. Councillor McGregor. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. And Councillor Crawley. That's 1. 2. 2. So Councillor Smith is elected to that committee. That then leaves Councillor McGregor and Councillor Crawley for the final spot on the committee. Those in favour of Councillor McGregor? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. And Councillor Crawley can't win. Okay, so that elects Councillor Crawley. No, Councillor McGregor. So I now declare Councillor Castles, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor elected. Okay. To join the other 3 councillors on the committee. You move on to the next item.
Next item. Item 4.1, rescission motion, entry into aviation services lease for a helicopter hub over part of Central Coast Airport, Warnervale. Councillor Castles.
Yes, I would like to move a rescission motion. The rescission motion relates to the motion or the resolution that was carried at the council meeting of the 26th of November 2024, which is on the screen here, which authorised the Chief Executive Officer as a matter of urgency to negotiate, finalise and execute an aviation services lease for a helicopter hub over part of Central Coast Airport at Warnervale, with parties represented by Nighthawks Aviation, ABN 1563 408 568. I request the Chief Executive Officer to provide a further report to Council in the event that a suitable lease cannot be finalised for any reason. and at least 15 days prior to the Chief Executive Officer executing any lease, he provide a copy of such lease to Council and a summary due diligence report. So this is what I'm moving, and should the decision motion be carried, further notice is given that I will move the following motion.
Seconder, please.
Oh,
Councillor
yeah,
Smith.
sorry, I do need a seconder. I wasn't quite sure of the process. Apologies. Right,
Councillor Smith, seconder.
Yep. So now where are we going?
Ask Councillor Castles to speak.
Yeah. You're going to speak, Councillor Castles?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Just try to fucking read it.
The reason that I'm moving this decision motion is because I was greatly disturbed by the what happened at our last council meeting on the 26th of November. My main concern is the fact, as we know, that I actually was very, very concerned that we had not actually even yet seen, been briefed on, or in fact had brought before the council the draft airport master plan. I think this was really putting.
I don't know. I let it go. Just keep
this. Thanks. Yeah. Can you speak?
Yeah.
Speak, Councillor Castles.
Continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Much appreciated. So my rescission relates to the fact that I believe that we made, as a council, a wrong decision at that meeting. A wrong decision in the interests of the Central Coast. A wrong decision in the interests of transparency, doing business properly, and actually doing what we were elected to do. A wrong decision in the fact that we were given very little notice at all that we were even going to be asked to make this decision, and the urgency of it, to me, actually beggared belief, considering we had no time to really consider it. This is what my rescission motion is about. It is because it was a bad decision, the wrong decision.
you